Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. This is the Globex edition. We just ended the 7-hour RTH regular trading hours at 1500, the cash market, and now we're going to open up with the Globex. This purpose of this stream is my virtual trading journal. I only take trades live, real time, never recorded or playback, and fully accountable and fully transparent. So here we are. This is Bookmap. This is my trading and execution platform, and this is This is IRT, which is my charting platform. Now, Bookmap, as I said, is where I execute live trades in real time, and we'll get into this whole detail a little bit later, or in a little bit here. Let's see just what we have going on. So I should also say that because I trade live, real time, this is my virtual trading journal. What I see on my two primary monitors here is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that minute. That's how I get the full journal recording. But it is not intended for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. I do only trade vetted setups, and as they start to produce, as the rules start to fall in place for those setups to become viable, I'm following along and narrating them as they happen, and then when a trigger appears, I enter the trade, and then I manage it. That's how it works. So, yeah, let's see where we go here now. Okay, let's see. We're off and running. It's I always forget to do this. And then open is at the same time. So this is the Globex edition, of course, and it's 1700 to 1900. And then the Asia opening range breakout trade will come into effect. So let's see how we're doing here. I see something else I need to do. Okay. That's all right. No problem. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here. I made some changes. So, yeah, let's see. What else am I got? What else do I have up my sleeve here? Let me get my feet on the ground a little bit. And we don't have any, don't see any potential news brewing over here in financial juice. So again, this is Investor RT. This is my usual charting package, and you can see one thing about Investor RT that might be helpful. every one of these windows has, or these little windows or chart tabs has in the header is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always know what you're looking at. Here we are. This was the RTH session, which just closed. And here we are just open for this ETH. This is the MNQ, or MES, I'm sorry, the MNQ. This is the market profile for the ES, and this is the micro composite chart I use, or the higher time frame for the MES, daily candles, and the RTH session only. So here's the RTH session, which is just closed. The way these work is wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and then that generates the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines, and the micro composite VPOC, and the high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices over here. So here we are. Why didn't it pick up settlement? That is so weird. Huh. A minute ago, I thought it was, I could have sworn it was there a minute ago. Yeah, well, I'll have to do that. So anyway, and this is bookmap. Now the way this works is this is the micro composite column where I manually type anything that's belongs in this. From the micro composite chart that we just looked at, these are the high and low volume nodes, and this is the full session volume profile, which just started plotting now. This is delta and volume profile for the RTH session, which will reset tomorrow morning at 8:30. And this is the statistics column, which is real important to me, but it's not applicable now. It's in the RTH. And these are the session prices, and this is very important. This is the all the resting liquidity for the full level 2 book, all prices. These are ask and bid, and these are the price levels. Now, there are no indicators on my bookmap or IRT. There's just POC, which is the point of control, volume point of control, and all this represents is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far at 74.94 a quarter, 253 contracts have traded. The split second, any one of these other price levels is 254 contracts. This line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. And this is the RTH POC, the VWAP. And these are some levels I use to trade this Globex based on the Edgefield data. And these are the price levels which push, or price session prices which push automatically from bookmap. Now, it's important to be able to trade. So the way that you are able to trade on bookmap is to activate the trade control panel and select an account, and then you need to select a method that you will use to enter. And first I want to make sure this is correct, and it's not. There we go. And multi-account trading, and there we go, and there we go, and there we go. Now I want to do one more thing, which is multi-brackets. And what I'm going to do here is use this multi-bracket, which is a 2 contract high volatility, and there we are. This is so now we're set up to go here, and you'll notice that the 2 contracts have now been propagated over here, so we don't need this market or this trading control panel anymore. And you'll notice that if I close it, I get the real estate back, but I have cancel and close up above here, so it works out pretty snazzy. I want to make sure about this hedge deal that is off at the moment, so I don't get tricked up with that any which way but loose. Okay. And here we are. So this is our trade so far tonight. I need to get, I see that my levels came through fine, but what I need to get is the high and low, excuse me, pushed through here. And not based on the IB high or low, because that will be, I need to put an ORB high and low in there. So I'll have to do those manually based on the ETH high and the ETH low for now. And these are the session levels, which I'm going to use for trading. I've been having to do them manually, and I finally got tired of that, so I think I've got a way figured. All right, so what we're going to do now is watch the market. The orb is the first 1 hour, so we have a long time to go here before this sets, 45 minutes or more, 50 minutes. And we want to be just start the methodical process of identifying the data and then working through it to working through the data to working through the data for the potential setups, potential triggers. We'll start doing that here in a minute. I'm just making sure everything is going, and I think that it is. Gotta go find my glasses. Okay. So as soon as I get that corrected, I think I'll be all right here. But in the meantime, I could just use the blue lines. Would be nice if I could push these across, but I'm not sure if I can do that while I'm streaming here, you know. Okay, what else? What do we need? What? Who's on third? What's I don't know, you know. This was a really weird day just let me recap that. And I have no expectations for this stream tonight. As I said, this Globex stream is to investigate if there are any interesting trade opportunities in the Globex. Now, for the ORB trades. And the reason I stream this is because I have a commitment to the stream and to the channel that I take no trades ever off the stream. So if I'm going to see an opportunity in this opening range breakout area now in this Globex, I would not be able to take a trade if I weren't streaming. And last week I took a couple of trades, so I'm happy about that. That's the idea. And let's get Blue Boy over here too. I almost forgot him. This is a real helpful thing for me. That is nothing more than a vertical line, as you see, but I put that on the first print of every session, and I know that right here is the live market, current live market. So if I can glance left and see the Blue Boy down there, I know that I have the entire session, and by extension the context of the session, in view. And, you know, I can't make a mistake about that. So there we go. But I don't have any high hopes about trading today. There was one setup today in my vetted setups for the IB trade, and the system actually took it. I was away from this desk and I did not. So timing is everything, right? And here is the low and the high so far. So what has happened? Well, we put in the IB low first. The ORB low is put in first right here, because this high is after the low and higher than this one. So here we go. So the first level formed so far is the low. And that's important for the data with hedge flow. So let's start looking for the data now. And how we're going to do this, first of all, let's look over here. This is, you'll notice exactly, excuse me, what we have over here. These lines and levels, or these zones. I need to get these highs and lows pushed there rather than the IB, actually. But this was from the initial balance today, and here we are now. So this is a big step in the right direction, at least getting these values over there. This is the current market. This is the initial balance, EF, or Edgefold based initial balance setup or system. There's the code, can be back tested, everything else. One thing that I want to really be clear about, I don't take any trades on the stream, on Bookmap, which are not live, real market, real trades at the, live trades in the real market. Now, in IRT, in these back and forward testing bits of my homework or my work for this business, any trades taken here in IRT in these systems that I'm developing are in the simulated environment in IRT. So this is not going to be pushed anyplace. And here's a perfect example of that. We've opened way down here, but so this, for example, these are the trades. You know, these are the rules to be back tested or forward tested. These two charts, this one and the other one, and this one over here, are only for visual confirmation, so that I can see if I think something's supposed to happen right here, right now at this line, I can see if it does or not, and when I think it should. That's what they're for. So they're visual confirmation. And that's the same thing as here. Again, any trades taken here, plot, even though it's plotted, whatever else, is in the simulated environment. So there you have that. And this will not be doing anything tonight because this is only in the RTH session, and it already had quite a big trade. So let's get back over here to what we're doing now. So this is based on the edgefill data. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to streamline my process for vetting trades, because I'm not a code guy. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not a coder or a whiz kid. So for me to develop something like this took a hell of a long time. And I don't have a long time. My goal is not to become a whiz kid coder. My goal is to continue to refine a consistently profitable trading business. So what I'm doing now is I'm looking to edgefill for my for my development and vetting of trades. And what is edgefill? Well, there you go. Edgefill is an application strictly based for data analysis for trading. So first thing I need to do is change it from today's thing and put it in here for the Globex. So there's Chicago Globex, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Boom. Now we're going to make some changes because there's some things that are, carried over from before. Let's see if I can. Okay. Here's Monday. Here's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now, what does this say? This says that there's a 64% probability, 65, that we're going to have a single break of the opening range level. 34% that we're going to have, or 33% that we're, say 4%, we're going to have a double break, and 31% we don't break either one on Monday. But guess what? This is Tuesday, because we're trading Tuesday's session now. Not much different, but you saw the difference there. Watch. And then we go Wednesday, Thursday, watch this, Friday, boom, big difference. Okay. Because there's no data looking back that far. So, and Friday, and because there is no Globex trade Friday PM. Right? So that would be essentially trading for Sunday night. So that's what we do over here when we're trading for Monday. So we're trading for Tuesday now. So this is what we can expect on the MES, looking back 2 years in this session time frame, 62.5 or 7, let's say 63% probability that we'll break one side or the other, that will break one of the opening range breakout levels. We go to the rejection, and that is where things start to get interesting. IB high formed first, IB low formed first. We just determined the IB low was formed first so far. So that means that I have to make a couple of customization changes here from earlier this afternoon. This means that assuming the opening range low remains the first level formed, we have a 50% probability we're going to break the IB high first. This 2 hours is not really any kind of magnificent data, but so here we go. And something else that I use here now, which I never did before, is TradingView. And I'm embarrassed to say so because it's really handy. But here we go. So here is the opening range starting in TradingView right now already. And these indicators are the reason I found out about TradingView actually was these are invite only indicators. Once you have a subscription to Edgeflow, these indicators are all included. Really handy. So here's the IB that just concluded. Here we are. Now, one thing I need to do is change the stats over here. I mean this dashboard to reflect the correct one. So here we go. Right here. We got to turn this one on because I have it off. Watch this left-hand corner up here. Boom. And then I have to go to today's IB and shut off that one. I guess I need to shut it off. I don't know. I always do anyway. There we go. So far we have a 6 3/4 point range or opening range. And now you can see that we definitely did form the IB or the opening range low first right here. And then we pushed it up for the high. So here we go. And here are the zones, 25, 50, 25 from the bottom, or 25, 50, 25, 50, 75, however you want to look at it. So there we go. And now we're going to just stand by and wait because we have not even traded 30 minutes yet. And while we're doing that, I'm going to give some thought as to how I'm going to quickly and easily bring these high and low levels across to our book map. You see these are the zones here, which I pushed over easily. I need to, because I always have those pushed over for the initial balance. I just changed the time differences on these indicators, but I don't normally push these high and low session prices. What I usually push is the initial balance, but that doesn't apply. The initial balance is part of IRT session prices right there. This one right here. So I need to think about that, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm just pleased that the levels or zones are pushing and that they're accurate, which I believe. I'm open. I believe they are. No, yeah, there we go. And the way we tell this is we put in a horizontal line at the low, which is right there, in line with the overnight low, and another one at the overnight high. We can use those no problem for this exercise, but when we come to Asia, we cannot, because the ETH, or the extended trading hours, electronic trading hours, whatever you want to call them, may change, right? This high could get pushed way up, or the low could get pushed way down, and they're not for the first 1 hour. So, does this look right? It does to me. Boom-bitty, 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 boom-bitty. Isn't that cute? So there are the levels right where they belong. How lovely. What I will do is I will just push the what will I do? I guess I'll have to create my own IB for these zones and then push that rather than the session price IB, which is okay. I can do that. Oh, wait a minute here. Maybe I can do this already. Maybe I've already got it done and I don't even know. What a whiz bang. I might have forgotten about that. Let's check. Sure as hell. So if I just get rid of this, that green line is going to go zooming over there and be right where it belongs. because the problem here is I've got this set up to change with vpound variables, which I can do in the code, but I can't change this one. And I'm not sure how it's going to work out when we go to Asia, but I'm going to do this right here. And that, ooh, I don't know if that green line actually is exported. Let's see. Save. Close. No, it's not. It isn't pushed to a vpound variable, so that's a waste of time. But that's what I will do. I'll add this vpound variable and not push the IB high. So there we go. That's what I can do. And there is a corresponding to the IB low also. I'm not going to bother setting all that stuff up while we're in the middle of a stream, but you get the point, I'm sure. And tomorrow morning, I want to have this be right. So I'm going to go like that again. Boom. Okay. I'll change, but now I know what to do, so I can have it all set up for tomorrow night. No problem. That'll be great. Okay. Boop. Boom. Now we're on. So ho ho. This is exactly, we've passed the first 30 minutes, right? 17:30. So when this gets to 1800, that zone is set, and we can start deciding or trying to figure out if we're going to get a trade or not. I'm going to be real suspicious. But if it sets up right and we have the data behind us, we'll take it. Cool. Well, that'll be great. This looks a little funky because of the way I've had to change this, but I can change it back when the stream closes tonight, so it's all spit and polish for tomorrow's RTH. That'll be pretty easy. Boy, I wish that one input took vpound variable. Hey, Magic, what's up? How are you doing there, my brother? I didn't even see you slide in. Oh, you just barely did. Okay. How was your day? What a weird day, huh? And the one setup that I had in my system was my old IB, this one, on the continuation, and it ended up taking a trade, but I was not standing here, and nothing happened on the edgeful thing with the data. So had a breakout but no trigger. Yeah. I'm thinking of your 60-second deal every time I see this market open and think, damn. So we'll see. I'm not holding out hope for anything, but this is, I'm sure you're aware, I know you are, but just in case, this is a real goofy week. We've got consumer confidence and some other important data tomorrow. Thursday is going to be non-farm payroll, and then Friday's a holiday. So it's a short week, non-farm payroll, holiday week, and the 4th. So it's just magic. Magic day. It's a magic week. Well, just like you, it's magic. Well, good for you, and that's great. I don't know how you had 7 setups, but good for you. It's not anything in my wheelhouse, but yeah, great. here's a bar trade, I guess. If you're doing that, there's a consolidation, breakout, retest, and went that way, but now it's gone the other way again. So it's what usually happens to me with him. Your orb, basically your box is essentially an opening range, right? So you've got a value of, did you say 30 seconds? I was going to just do some testing and look at it to see, because it sounds real intriguing to me. That's the kind of thing that I would like to get set up that worked, because all this other stuff, I think is too much black magic sometimes. Or some sort of an opening range, which is essentially what I do, but it's the 1 hour, with the IB, or in this case, the opening range breakout. I have got my values being pushed here, so I don't have to put blue lines all over everywhere. I don't have them yet for the opening range high and low, but I just worked out how to do that, so that should be no problem for tomorrow. Yeah, this is the week that a guy ought to be doing whatever all the other big shot traders are doing. They're going to the Hamptons or Jackson Hole or Aspen or someplace, or Salem or whatever else it is they do on the 4th of July weekend and holiday, I suppose. Volume is up though. That's pretty interesting. Volume is definitely not light today. Right now we're 7,000 already. Oops, wrong one. Sorry about that. So volume was, right now we're at 44%. So they're not off to a big start. And we got a 1 point ATR in the 1 minute candle. So don't hold your breath. And we had an 80 point IB today. Did you notice that? I'm sure you did. Yeah, me too. I made it and lost it and made it and lost it. Here I am again. So anyway, we got a little liquidity up here. What are these guys doing? Are they smoking weed or what? Oh, excuse me. I'm not, hopeful that there's going to be any exciting action in this Globex for sure, and I don't know what'll happen in Tokyo or Asia, but last night there was no trades that set up for me over there, and today, as I said, only the only one was the old-fashioned IB continuation, where it went up, came through the IB, went to just touched the continuation zone, pulled back to the trigger, and then took off. But here we go. I did your 30-second or your orb thing when I was doing some homework over the weekend with replays and bookmap, Fun. A lot of variations on that everywhere, of course. Let me see something here now. How does this... $270, okay. So I could do 270. I do 275, 276. Or I could do it the same, follow the same, I guess. Oop. Oh, I don't want RTH, I want ETH. Okay, so that's 75.76. Okay. All right. Just use that right there. What happened here? Nobody moved. Yeah, I'm just messing around with setting up these values so I can have everything go across, not just the percentages or the zones. Now I'll push this one to a user variable and this one to a user variable, and then I'll add those user variables to the export, and it ought to be right. What the hell was that? Oh, look at there. What the hell is this? What is that all about? Did somebody say something, or is it free money, or the fare's free? God, what a mess. The floating pond, what do you got? The reflecting pool is, they half-assed don't clean the bottom and dump a bunch of paint on it, and then they're trying to blame vandalism or something. Jesus. It's not a liner. It's paint. You can't cut paint with a box knife. And wow, it's just crazy. And I don't know what the story with this fair thing is. I don't know anything about it. But there's all kinds of news about, this thing. I don't know what this is all about. I mean, I suppose it's got to do with the with the 250th birthday and all that, but I don't really know. What is this? I don't know. Oh, it's the bar. Okay. What this fair thing's all about. Yeah, I did. Yeah, are you talking about playing with your thing on the back test on the replay? Yeah, a little bit. But what I would do was I'd try it real fast because I was back testing the orb trades, right? So I would watch it when they open. Like, for example, when the Globex would open, and I just I'd grab slap it. I'd widen out bookmap here so it was 30 seconds, and then I'd slap a line on the high and the low, and then if it went above there, I'd smack it on, or you go long or go short and see what happened. But my focus was trying to get the zones and everything lined up for this orb story to try to back test that. But yeah, it's very interesting, and the big thing that I have to pay real attention to with any of these new kinds of, or I guess any trader does, with a new trading style or trading methodology, is the risk management part. And so that all depends on how wide. For example, this trading system right here with it based on edgeful data. And these are percentages of the range. Well, if the range is 90, today the range was 89, was 80 handles. Each one of these zones was 20 handles. You got to, there's no way with my account on minis, for example, there's no freaking way I'm going to stand that risk. So that's a big thing for me. And that's the same thing that I noticed with, like the hedge thing that Anton likes a lot, and I'm sure it works out really good for him. But the couple of, like last Friday, I tried it, and I by not knowing the proper methodology, or apparently the proper methodology for unraveling the trade, I ended up taking a stop for way more risk than I would have normally taken with with one of my multi-bracket things. So I have to deal with that. I have to revisit the whole idea. And this will be great, though. I'm looking forward to the long weekend. I can do a lot of study and a lot of homework. Because now with the Globex, this is the time that I used to do my homework stuff, coding, back testing, or replay testing. Like you'd have told me about that, I'd have been replaying the hell out of things to testing that your box out on different ideas, different opens, whether it be Globex or Asia or RTH. And but I by the time this is over at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, I'm ready for bed because we get up early here and I start doing stuff around 6 and then start the stream at 8, and here I am, 14, 15 hours later. Well, 12, 8 to 8 straight up. So it's usually just on the stream, it's about 12 hours of streaming, 12 or 13. Not including the extra stuff in beforehand and after. That's enough for this old guy. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I mean, that's like I don't know if you're ever around for my pre-market stuff, and none of that is scripted, but I try to say similar stuff every time in case some new people listen to the stream or happen to, look at the recording. That basically our job as traders today is to preserve our account. I mean, think about it. And the basic way you do that is risk management. So, we're risk managers, really. In my opinion, of course, just my opinion. Okay. Well, yeah, I think you're probably right. And that's what I think I told you. I think we had this discussion last week or something about, I had never even really thought about it, but that zinc guy in those Edgeful, was talking about on Edgeful that he does this and that and something else and has all these successful trades in the Globex and the Asia session. And I thought, well, maybe my thinking about it was, it's kind of a quiet period. Trump is either having lunch or eating dinner or doing something, and then maybe it's a little bit less chaotic as far as geopolitical risk and that kind of thing. So I was thinking if I could, just pick off a couple of nice trades in the first hour or so of the evening, well, good. But I think you're right. I think if you make your money in Asia and be in the RTH session and be sharp and on your game and well rested and all that stuff, I'm by the time 8:30, 9 o'clock comes around, my ass is dragging, and that's not the time to be trading. But I agree with you about Globex. I will say, though, that the only trade I've taken in this month or so that I've been doing this stream was during this Globex period, not in the Asia session, and it worked out fine. Quite a good trade. But so as one out of a month, what the hell is that? I've got to get one or two trades a day. That's where this has got to go. And it's only my fault about being too paralysis by analysis, Paralysis by analysis. Yeah, until I started this stream looking at these orb trades, I didn't ever trade those periods of time. And the only reason I'm streaming this is because I've made the commitment to the channel that I will never take a trade off the stream. So wouldn't do me any good to stay here and look for opportunities, and then there comes a great opportunity and I gotta go, oh well, oops, I can't do that. That's pretty dumb. That's actually how the stream, the normal stream became so long, the full cash session, 7 hours. I thought, well, okay, great. I'm going to start the stream and I'll do 2 hours or something, like the first RTH 1 period or something like that, the first couple of hour and a half, 2.5 hours, and then shut the stream down and go my merry way. And I came back into the office here to the desk after, I don't know, a couple hours, and there was a setup coming, and I thought, oh shit, I can't do this because I can't get the stream going fast enough and all those things. So at that day right there on the spot, I thought, okay, well then the stream's got to last for the full cash session so that no trades are taken off the stream and all trades are live. There's never recording or replay or any of that. I did this here and all that rear view mirror shit. It drives me crazy. It's not a very long trip to drive me crazy. Okay, let's see what's going on. No drop frames. It is going down the hill. That's nice. Stream is trickling. Okay, cool. And every once in a while, something interesting happens. Like that fella last night from Wales, 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was just real interested in you know, and interesting to talk to, and a lot of stuff going on there, and interested in what was happening here, and yeah, cool. Every now and then something like that comes up, which is pretty cool. It's been there's been a couple of interesting things that have happened where somebody's come in and, oh, this is really great, and this is so. One of them was a younger fella here from Chicago, so it wasn't like different time frame, and they come in and, oh, this is great, and a bunch of questions and a lot of stuff in the chat, and question, and never hear from them, never again, never see them or hear from them again. So, I've subscribed, I've done this, I can't wait for next Monday or whatever the hell it is. Sometimes you see them once more after that, and then they just disappear, and that's the end of it. I assume they find somebody that's got more content that they're interested in. And this stream is terrible content for streaming because I'm not trading up a storm, you know. I'm standing here and analyzing the trades and taking them if they fit my criteria, and that's not what people are looking for. They're looking for somebody that's trading up a storm, and good for them. No more power to them. No problem. There was a guy that I actually used to listen to when I was in KL. When I'd be exercising, I'd listen to his stream because it worked. You know, he'd already streamed it because obviously we were 12 hours behind. So, named Trades by Matt. You may have heard of him. He turned out to be a big guy to do with Apex. You know, like one of their front men kind of thing, I think. But he was always just discretionary trading with Trade of 8 and trading the NQ, and would always be, you know, half the time would be down several $1,000s, and then miraculously the next stream he'd gone back in the afternoon and made it all back up and all that crap. That's one of the reasons I thought I would never do that ever. But he used to say that viewers, and he had all the typical things, you know, with paid Discord and all that, which I wasn't part of any of that stuff. But he said that he would have a lot more viewers when he'd be in a big drawdown. He never could figure out how that got around on the internet, but he said that more than once. When I'm down $2,000 or $3,000, there's a lot more people come flooding into the stream. I thought it was interesting. What's Rocket Scooter? Oh, he's got his own platform now. Oh, well, he lives over here in Austin. Yeah, and he got involved with that. He's definitely a driven kid, that's for sure. I mean, he came for money. He came from money, and yeah, obviously is driven. So good for him. Yeah, I'm not surprising at all that he's got his own something or another going on. And making, you know, $50,000 a month on Apex with 20 accounts or something. I don't know. You know, when he switched from Top Step, he tried to become a what do you call it? You know, a person that was affiliate with Top Step. He even went to Chicago. I remember seeing a video of him and his wife going up to Chicago and talking to Patek and what's his name, Mick, the risk guy, and you know, he was always would always say this is a Top Step combine and all that stuff on his stream. And then the next thing I heard about him, no more Top Step anymore, and he was with Apex, and I thought, oof. Wouldn't want to be in that soup. Yeah, maybe so. Anyway, he made that comment more than once. But I haven't, you know, it's been 5 years since I ever went to a stream from him, or I've seen him on YouTube. So once in a great while, he'll come by. You know, I'll see his face go by on YouTube or a short or something. I never click on him, but the last few times I ever saw anything, he was the front man for Apex. So probably was making a lot of money, because I think they pay a hell of a lot of money to those people that pimp for them. And I don't think Top Step does that. I think that's one of the things, and I'm sure why he moved on. I don't think they give you affiliate codes and all that. I don't think. Yeah, this guy was Trades by Matt. I don't know. No, that's all I know. That's what he called his channel. Young guy, dark hair, from Texas, lives in Austin, and is definitely affiliated with Apex. You know, one of the last ones I saw of him was this crap about passing a day, you know, pass 20 Apex combines in a day, $100,000 combines or whatever in a day. The thing when they were, you know, just doing a YOLO around a non-farm or something is one of the last ones I didn't watch, but I saw come by in the YouTube. Yeah, I don't watch anybody, frankly. Well, to do this, I don't watch anybody. Peter Boyle, I like to listen to him. What I'll do is at night or something, if I see somebody that's talking about some setup that sounds like it might be kind of interesting, I'll listen to it as I fall asleep. And then if it turns out that I think it might be valuable at some point, somehow or another, I'll code it up quickly and be able to just check it out, you know, to see if it's just BS or not. Oh, and Edgeful. Yeah, every once in a while I'll listen to one of the Edgeful things when I'm falling asleep, but I don't like the fact that they never trade live, and it's always they're talking about, you know, affiliate thing and discount that and something else, it seems like nowadays. So Andre doesn't, of course, but they've taken on 2 other guys there too. Okay. So I don't pay much attention, and I'm trying to just do my own thing with that. And I'm never around the T-Lab anymore, so other than my 2 posts every day. Sometimes I'll look at the chat, but it's so busy now and so many people I don't even know. So let's get going. This is like watching paint dry. Jesus, there's the first hour. It's already set. I'm standing here talking to reminiscing and just basically chewing the fat, and I didn't even notice. Yeah, so it's already done and dusted, and exactly zippity-doo-dah happened right here. No trigger, no breakout, no nothing. So, okay. Now let's see if I can move these things to to the next order of business. I'll get trying to do that. So the set is here. Where'd 1800 go? There we are. There's the set. Now I better get cracking over here to something else besides just shooting the breeze. Well, as far as I can tell, the low is still the first level formed. We're only we're only 6 points wide on the whole IB. Well, never mind. That's I can't, there's not enough meat on the bone. So even if you got down there, you got 3 points. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. What can I say? That ain't going to work. Not enough meat on the bone, but we can go ahead on with the rest of the idea just in case. So we still have the low formed first. There's only a 50% probability we're going to knock the top out. The ending zone, that's going to be an interesting, I'll bet you. Let's look and see. Yeah. The ending zone where was it? The ending zone was in the 24 to 50 or 20 to 50 range right here. So that's going to have an impact. Let's see what that does. Oh, shit. Sorry. The ending zone is in the 24 to 50 range right here. They're assigned opposite the first level form. So it's 0 to 25, 25, 50, 50, 75, 75, 100. So that closing price is the last closing price in the range. This opened in the range and closed out of it. So that's 25 to 50. So we need to zoom back over here and put this one in at 25 to 50. So there's a 61% probability we're going to take the IB high out. Well, that doesn't look like it's a bit rocket science. Looks like that's going to happen here pretty quick. But then what are we going to do? Then is it going to do the retracement? And to be honest, I don't think there's any value at all in this narrow IB, because they're only, what do you got? You pull back to the 50, you've only got 3 points. So that doesn't work. Ugh. Bummer. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I agree completely. Well, there is the orb high, and it's in accordance with the data. So it was taken out right there, and that's exactly what the Edgeful said. But really, I don't see any future in this. If it pulls back to the 50%, it's only 3 points. So now, if it takes off and rips up here to the previous RTH high or something like that, of course, we'll be forever pissed. But I don't, I don't know, see what to do here, frankly. And my goal, I hear you completely up there, Magic. And my goals are, because I approach this as my business to lean on, I want to make a consistently profitable return. I'm not looking to buy a wrapped Duesenberg, or something. And I'm way older than worrying about a flash in the pan. So looking at the data, we took the IB high breakout. We got a 50% probability we're going to pull back to the 25, and if 30% we come back to the 50. So I don't know what to say. I think as small as this range is in these zones, that it's not tradable as far as I'm concerned. Maybe the 50. But that's only 6 points. And that you got to get it all the way back to the high again, back to the target. I guess, 6 points is 6 points. Yes. Better than a poke in the eye. Have a great one, man. And what, you took a long, off the open or something, and then, super. Yeah, good for you. Got your target. That's great. Yeah, have a great one. Let the runner run, and have a great evening, and talk to you down the road. Thanks for stopping by, Magic Guy. I'm going to see if I can use some of these groovy tools over here. What I'm thinking is as follows. My multi-bracket is 24 ticks, which is 6 points. So if I got long right at the 50, my first scale would be at the high, and the stop would be at the low. So that would be just about perfect for the multi-bracket. I was thinking there wouldn't be enough range, but the problem is the next one is so far away, it's not even funny. And I've noticed a lot in these sessions, we'll have a big run one direction, and then Asia will open and go the other way. Reverse everybody. Big run up, reverse everybody. Run up, reverse everybody. I don't know what to think, but I have noticed that these last few weeks, because I never actually ever watched and traded the Globex or the Asia session. Even when I was in Asia, I didn't. Lived over there for years. but I would trade the RTH session. Now that's a pullback to the 25. So technically, if you're a 25 trader, there you go. But there's no meat on the bone there. You got 3 points to the IB high, or to the ORB high, which is not worth the risk, I don't think. Cool. All right. I'll look at those. You're talking times there, yeah. Okay. Cool. Very good. Now they got to the 25 and they're turning around. You know, didn't do me the courtesy of coming down to the 50 here. So there you go. And as with the statistics, that's to be expected. The problem is there's not enough range. In my opinion, 3 points isn't enough of a target. God damn. This is Monday, right? Well, we're just blistering out here at 9 points. 9-point range so far. And right inside of the only real consolidation that we had in today's RTH session. No, basically inside of here. These are the situations in the price action when I have to really stop and think about, would I take the trade if it comes into it, you know? This is pretty crazy. My thinking is no. And I may just stop this. I'll have to check it out. You know, so wasted 2 hours basically standing here. I could be sleeping or eating or something fun. Or I'll figure out some other approach. Had 2 or 3 taps on that 25, and now we're going nowhere fast. I don't think this is a. This is not enough range. This is only 6 handles. Okay, call me a liar. 7. I must have those zones in there wrong. Wait a minute here. I'm trusting. I'm trusting this boy. Oh, okay. 6 1/4. There you go. So the lowest formed first. We took the high. There you go. The little dashboard is just dashing up a storm over here. What I'm going to do now is kill that dashboard and put up the next one. So we're here, and then we're going to be here, and we're going to be there. I don't know if they'll just stack up and work, and it seems to waste of time. So I'm going to waste. I want to waste cycles here. I'm going to shut. I always do this. I don't know if it matters or not. So ready for Asia when 1900 rolls around. Another 30 minutes and change. You know, this thing will take off like a rape tape and go zooming up there to the previous RTH high, and then I'll be standing here all butthurt because I'm not on it. But I'm not doing that. Hey, Panda, how are you? What are you doing, Panda? Okay. Then we did pop down damn near to the 50. What happened here when I was petting the cat right down to the globe or to the VWAP, huh? Son of a gun. I tell you, the second I walk away, but wait a minute. It doesn't look very, I guess. Okay. Now, if you look at this from a price action point of view, what's happening here? Got lower highs, lower lows. Any way the wind blows, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Hey, baby. Yeah. Okay, you do lay there and do that. I don't know what to say. Mm-hmm. Well, well, well. This is what we're doing so far. When you look at it in wrinkles, it looks pretty. It starts looking pretty bleak, doesn't it? Basically, 12 tick Raycos. We've got 3 bars so far. Can that be right? Wait a minute. Yeah, it can be right. Wow. So, yeah, pretty exciting. Okay, 609, 619, 641. So that's 541. You're right over here. So you got long right there. Oh, cool, nice, and just perfect timing. Zip. And 619. Okay. Big. So about 20 minutes left in this exciting extravaganza. I can't wait. Having so much fun. Maybe not. So these are 5-minute candles. So if I wanted to see what the first 30 minutes seconds is this, oh, I can't do that. I don't think this cheap version I have here goes down to seconds. I think minutes is as small as I could get. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. No, I don't think so. Thank you very much. I think we'll go back to 5 minutes up here. Where'd that go? 5 minutes? Pretty weird. I wonder why they... Oh, okay. Whatever. I'm happy. Be happy. Don't worry. Do 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 do. Now I'm thinking about what's going to happen when we switch to Asia. I need to reconfigure these zones so they start plotting off the high and low of Asia. So I'll have to do those up. Let's see how it works. See how it works. See spot run. Where am I? What am I doing? I don't know. The difference here, if anybody's around or watching ever, this particular chart is the entire session, full session every day. Now the green here I have colored to show the opening range high and low, and they just go for the first period of time and stay that way. But if I don't have one of these on, like right to, I guess I can't. Asia is gold. Asia high and low are gold. Green, a different green, is London, and then US is red. So I can figure out, before I started doing all these zones and things, that's why I would see it looking at liquidity. I'm not sure just how this is going to work when I switch these around, but we'll see. They may just plot right along. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, they won't because... No. They won't because... They won't automatically change because... I'm breaking up the Asia session into Globex and then Asia. So that's what's going to throw this for a loop. Throw me for a loop. If such a thing happens. But this is great. At least I don't have all these goofy lines going everywhere. I can get rid of this guy here, I think. And I'll have these highs and lows on here for tomorrow. And then I will not be needing to do any of that. Very definitely, this is not an interesting trade. Absolutely. So, yeah. There you go. Well, let's see here. We'll just keep doing this, I guess. They keep tapping that VWAP. I don't think I would take a trade if they come down to the 50. First of all, and I'll tell you why in advance. First of all, based on the data, which I'm going to look at over here pretty darn quick right here, got a 34% chance we're going to get to the 50 and only 11% we make it to the 75 in this configuration. But it's such a small range, I'm just not sure what kind of follow through to expect, you know, and there's been a lot of nastiness in this, let's see what happens here. A lot of nastiness in this, in these IBs. And what I mean by that is over here, where we have a lot of, well, that's coming down to the 50. They didn't get to the 50, just to the 50. But what I was getting ready to say when I wasn't looking at the damn market was Asia. I mean, this range breaks way out, sells off. Breaks way out, sells off. Same thing. Hold on. Sells off. I'm thinking that they're kinds of sets up for 1900 and maybe the move to watch for on this thing is the Asia move. I don't know, just thinking out loud. That's the purpose of the journal, right? The only way I get when I'm thinking into the stream is by this voiceover. And now here's decision time. We're coming down to the 50 again. Lower highs, lower lows, down to the 50 we come. We couldn't get past here in 2 tries. We're below the VWAP. Below POC. I'd say we're gonna, yeah, here we go, falling out of bed. I was gonna say that we're gonna fall out of bed, and that's likely what we're gonna do. No. Now, let's look at Edgeful real quick. So there's a 16% probability that we're gonna get to the 75%. Well, we're just damn near there now. Of course, this could be a place where you would call it an asymmetric trade. You put a long on right here, you put your stop right below it, or put your stop at the bottom down here. And because, hold on, that's something I didn't think about. Let's look at this. Let's look at the... there's a 30% probability that we're going to double. Oh, no break. There's only a 3% probability that we're going to double break. But we're already at the 75. Does that look like a reasonable trade? I don't think so. Are we going to get this 3%? Is that, am I doing this right? Not by double, right? I mean, maybe that was the long. Looks like it might be. But 3 points, right? There's been a lot of strange price action contrary to data in this last couple of weeks. Typically, you always close or break out opposite the first level formed. Typically, this is the level formed. But typically, it's always you break out the opposite. Right? So far, that's been holding up. It looks like. Seems like in my mind it was not. It's just me. But I don't think I'm going to take this trade. So I guess that's where discretion is going to bite me in the ass. I don't have data that says exactly this. And one of the things with Edgeful is, okay, there is no report that I'm aware of. If anybody knows of such a report, please let me know. Okay, it says there's a 16% probability we're going to get to here. It doesn't say the probability. Well, it does say the probability of a double break. So essentially, you could take a long here, lean on the fact that you're not going to double break with a stop just below it, and see if you get anywhere. But I'm not sure that's the right thing to do in this light Globex environment. And I'm probably the only person using this that only puts a 2-hour window on that. That's very little data. That's also something to watch out for here. what's this? What are the data? You know, how many occurrences? What's the validity of that data? Right now, I would not be happy if I were long at the 75. Now, gambling or video gaming or whatever you want to call it, you go, yeah, sure. I'm going to get long right here at 75, and I'm going to put my stop just below the low. If it takes it out, well, then I was wrong. But that isn't based on data. That's not a data-based, statistically based, probability-based trading style or setup. That's just, whoa, what is this? That's just gambling. Coming up to the top there. Now, this is where it starts getting goofy. I've noticed in these 4 weeks, you start to get a lot of jumpy price action as we near the open for Asia. So, you know, and there's 2 points to the bottom. There's 2 points to that double breakout. So we may witness a 3% probability, you know, or not. Are these little baby bar trades? You know, are these little baby bar trades? Consolidation, breakout, retest. And you got long down here. Aren't you happy with yourself? You're 2 points in the money. I just don't think there's anything there for me, thanks. To put money at risk with this, if I got long right here and it went all the way across the range, what is it? It's 93 to 97. It's 4 points. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. I'm going to start thinking about what I'm going to do with this other arrangement over here. And they may rip it right out of there. Who knows? About what I'm going to do over here now. Let's see here. So can I change that just all right here? I think I can. I think if I just change this one, I'll be all set. We'll see. When 1900 comes around, we'll change. Oh, look at us go. We're going to make a lot of money here. Are those zones actually calculating correctly? Yeah, I guess they are. Okay. Yeah. Well, we have a couple minutes to Asia. Now up in, where am I? Up here. This will automatically start plotting. We're ready for this next one to start in the dashboard, and Asia will just start plotting right out of here like it's supposed to. So we don't have to worry about that. This one I will change to right there. And we'll get up here to rejection. That's right. Oh, let's do the other one first. Let's do by day. Look at this. Look at the difference. The Asia period, 88% probability we're going to get a single break today. Wow. But this is stretching from 7 through midnight. So let's see. Let's see. Let us see. Pretty quick to 1900, and then I'm going to try to change this around and hope for the best. Would be 60 minutes over here, I guess. No. Yeah. It's only 60 minutes. Now it gets a little funky because now we're going to have Asia start. So this is where these ETH low and high won't apply anymore, because we are rolling through, we're starting a session kind of in the middle of the Globex. If this session turns out to be a dud, I will just start off with Asia on this exercise. But the ETH session always does, definitely. Oh, look at us go. So this would have been a, 92, 96. There you go. There's 4 handles. And we're going to go up and see what we do at the top up here. And Asia's just ticking over now. Boom. So there's Asia. Now, and here we go. So let's put 60 minutes over here instead of 1 minute and see what happens. Save. Up here. Modify rule. Save. I don't know what's going to happen over here. Let's see if something does. And we'll put the 1900 clock start up here. Hopefully the zones will play nice. Okay, get rid of this one. You see how they're pinching in on it over here. Because I removed the hide line over here. So that's why they're string. Normally I have that hide the first so-and-so for the levels, right? And that would mean that it wouldn't show these and it wouldn't show this thing over here, but I don't really care about this chart. What I want to do is get the plotting to go over here, and it's working. Look at there. So there we are. Here's the plot so far. They're lining up. Well, look at this go. Isn't this cute? Oh, man. We won't have the highs and lows, though. That won't be right. It doesn't look exactly right, but I guess it's busy. It's got to calculate what's going on, I guess. Let's see what happens here. It could be complete crap. I don't know. Yeah, I need to change something else here. I don't know. Should be right. Let's give this a little time to start. I mean, this section has always worked fine. So let's see if we get this coming right down here, because these don't look right to me at all up here. Up here. Let's see what we got. So looks to me like our first print is, I don't know, opening range high maybe. Zoom over to, well, we're still on the first 5 minutes, right? So the high and the low are the same print. 4 points. There we go. So now we can let this start to come right. This is pretty amazing right here. This is not looking right to me here, but you never know. I might have to do something different. Might have to do something else. Never know. That's pretty amazing there. MES 6 months today. This period. Wow. And get rid of our custom jobs over here. Over here. Well, look at them go. Giddy up go. Well, pretty obviously the IB low was put in first at this point, so we're over here. If you just take a look across over here, wherever it started, I don't know, depending on how you put it in there, I think now it's definitely the IB low first, because this high is higher than here, even if that's where it was. So right here is our low, and here's our high, and the IB low was put in first. And these guys don't look like they're working out right. Let's see what's going on over here. No, these are not working right. Why they pinched down to here, I don't know exactly. Well, I have to take that. Well, look at them go. So, go figure, you know. Go figure. I don't know what to think about my zones. Oh, that's kind of disappointing in a major way. Right on the line. There's the first one. And so far, here we are up on the top. And these guys are not calculating properly at all, nor are they so over here. Let me see, why not? 427 and 423. That should be the first. Should have been right. I don't know what the first go around. I don't know why it's not working. Well, what is this? Why is this doing this? Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Football, Jesus. I put 60 and it's supposed to be 120. Yeah, exactly. Stupid shit. So that's what I need to do there. And that should be correct. I'm not sure why these are not picking it up, but let's see what happens now. Well, I don't know why it's not working right, so there you go. Irritating, but that's what it is. Oh, wait a second. I know something I can do. You can recalculate the indicators on IRT by holding the shift key and clicking this little guy down here. Aha. Well, that's completely goofy. Now I want them to be 120. Why aren't they 120? So there's 60 minutes. Oh, there's 120 minutes. Oh, no, 60. 120. So why isn't this working? Oh, I know why. Exactly why. Boom, stupid. You got to go like this. You got to go modify the rule and save. There you go. And now they spread right out like they're supposed to. Isn't that cute? Helps if you helps if I get the right timing, isn't it? Okay, so there we go. I'm going to recalculate this again just to make sure everybody's okay. There you go. Isn't that cute? All right. So now those will push properly to, you weren't watching that, but that's okay. I got this figured out. Now they're pushing properly over here, and there we are. There's the high, there's our percentages, and there's the low. Well, that's nice. Okay. We're only into this session 10 minutes, so it's not like let's be in a big hurry. Nothing to be in a hurry for at this point. Okay, and this is working fine, and we're up to 9 points already here, 9.25. And the orb low was put in first, so that'll be our beginning stats over here. We'll be looking here. The orb was formed first, orb low. So we're looking at about a 67% probability that we take out the orb high. What a surprise. Well, I'm just pretty pleased that they're going to go up and get the previous RTH high, I would say. My guess. Just a guess. Let's get some liquidity showing up. Well, there ought to be. Really? Huh. That's pretty weird. So here we go. We've switched to the damn. Got the zones working, so that's pretty cool. I'm happy about that. That saves me drawing all those stupid lines every which way. And I don't think I need this anymore. We know when it started, 1900. And what I'm gonna need to know is when we spin around the 20. Well, I'm pretty excited that that's working, and now I can put those highs and lows in there and have that push across, and it's all happening, dude. Let it happen. All I have to do is change those values in the thing there. And if I had if I could put a VPON variable on the hide line, then it would be shutting all them off. So that would be nice, but it doesn't work that way, and it isn't worth it. I don't care. I don't care. See what happens with that Asia thing? Tokyo or Asia opens and just goes blasting off. That happens frequently. I would be surprised. Well, we've already gotten away from the IB. Look how close the IBs came. What's this up here? What was this tomfoolery up here or something? It always amazes we like these IBs just exactly line up. I mean, maybe it's just, the monkey boy seeing patterns thing, but I just find it interesting when they line up exactly. I mean, exactly. What's the odds of that? And how many of them are there? That's the next one. Anyway, you get the point. And the whole thing about Monkey Boy, which is, what I call psychology, because we evolved with it, and that's the problem. Fear of missing out, desire to be right, risk aversion, seeing patterns that don't really exist, but, our minds see them, and then Monkey Boy convinces us of them, and we then start over trading and doing all those kind of things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Knock on the door, and up they go a little bit. I'm saying before this session's over, they're going to be at the previous RTH high. Be my guess. And we've got a long way to go before we need to start worrying about stats. But we can, nonetheless. 57% probability that we're going to take the IB high, which doesn't sound too far-fetched. No ending zone. Days are correct. I got to make sure I'm doing all stuff right all the time. And this is the first break, right? That's what it's saying. Now there is some actual, well, not really too much meat on the bone yet. We only have, well, first of all, I haven't pushed this up yet, so oops. This needs to go up here. Of course, the IB high is going to continue to be right, and the IB low. If they go up above and below the Globex, but if they don't, then it's going to stay the same. You see, this one here is above Globex, so there you go. What are we? What are we? Well, 10 points. Look at there. 10 points wide. Meaning every one of these is 4 points. 3 points, huh? 410, 2.5 or something. 2 1/4, I guess. Which ain't much. That's not much meat on the bone either. What I mean by that is, I used to have a hot or now. This is the one I want. I thought I had a hotkey for it, but anyway, you know what I mean. These values, there needs to be enough potential without any big obstacles or anything in the way, you know, the range requirement, so that you get risk neutral or achieve your first scale. I had a damn. Part of the 2-lot package up there, I guess. So that's the idea. Got to have enough range requirement to make it valid. In other words, let's assume this is the 50, right? Let's assume we're going to get in here. That's not what we're going to do, or I'm even thinking about it. But if you assume that, what have you got? Well, there's 96 to 1. That's 4 handles. So you're going to put on risk for 4 handles to the normal target, which would be the high. And then anything over that is gravy. But, you know, it's not very much risk reward or meat on the bone. And going the other way is even worse because you've got all these obstacles in the way down here that could present an opportunity for price to go the other direction or react. I'm going to step away for a minute. Okay. Now what? Damn, your first 30 minutes is almost in here. I guess the only thing I've accomplished today, get these values, these zones to move over to Bookmap so I can trade off the top of them. Not that I'm going to do that, but okay. So of course, we can always change the data drivers, right? Because how this is driven is by the first level formed, which in this case is right here, right? Because here's 1900, so there's the IB low first, or the ORB low was first formed. Now these highs. Well, if they come zooming down through here before the first 1 hour, all of a sudden, this will be the first level formed. And this will be the second. And all the data will flip around. Hey, Magic, what's up? Yeah. Where'd your runner go? I've got this, about the only thing I've accomplished is getting these zones to push across kind of normally. I didn't take anything in the orb. It was a nothing burger extraordinaire. And the big problem that is with here, as same as now, there's no meat on the bone, you know. This was the orb high. It was like 9 handles wide. So there's nothing there. Now we're only at 10. So I have to keep reminding myself, do I want to put on risk for 2 points? That's probably not a good idea. So And then I was just noticing that I haven't thrown the verticals on here yet, but here's 1900, right? So this is where Asia started. Right now, the orb low was first formed, which makes the data on static, or on, and here's going to be, now they're going to take it out. So the minute they punch through this low, all of a sudden the data will flip around, and the first level formed, there it is. And the first level formed is the IB high. So what does that do? Well, we were here. Now all of a sudden we're over here. So there you go. And let's see if I'm just full of crap or not. No, I'm not. Look at there. And here's something else. Look at that. Look at the, this is not set, of course, but kind of interesting was the how close the orb these IBs are, and these are exact. And again, you know, within a couple of points, they're just trading them, I think, up and down, back and forth, and getting everybody which way, and then on the back foot, and then hammering them. And Asia's going to do its thing like it has done previously, which is just go ripping. Ripping and tripping. Here we go. So here was Asia, and then boom, they rip them down and then take them all the way back up. Same story over here. Ripped it out. I'm not sure what that means, but anyway, there you go. So now we're looking for, we have yet to put in 30 minutes. So, you know, this is just getting going. Obviously, there could be a whole other hootenanny over here. I could turn this thing around and take it out the top again. But at the moment, the first value formed is the high. And we're going to see where we go from here. About the only thing I'm happy about is I've gotten these damn zones to work, pushing them across over here with very little work. So glad I thought about that a little bit. I made a screen snap of your trade times up there, and I'll look at that when I have a moment after tonight, if I'm not too tired, or in the morning early, to see where the actual, you know, how it lined up. That's good. I really appreciate that. Now there's no singles up here, but this is a, you know, here we are. Here's the full session yesterday and today, last night and today, and here we are. So they got a big low volume node here, and the POC. This is our price where we're trading right now. Again down here. No, they picked up settlement. Great. Okay, super. Don't have to worry about it. Falling out of bed with some degree of authority too. I'll have this these highs and lows automated for tomorrow night, so I don't have to do this stupid crap anymore. Well, now they opened them up. 16 handles wide, I guess, isn't it? Or close. Let's see if I'm even remotely close. 16 3/4. Look at me go. Isn't that cute? I don't know what to think about it. Now they're moving it out, so there is some action going on for sure, but I'll have to just look at the replay, or the, you know, the pullback and the retraces. I don't think that I have any interest in trying to front run these orb stories and nights. It's too I think a little thin and spooky myself. And there's no data for it. You know, the front run is just all what you're doing when you're front running is you're betting on the come. You're betting on this boy right here. You're betting that for example, they pull it up here to around this 25 low, and then you get short and you're betting on this come. 30 minutes to go. That's not a good idea, in my opinion. And that's only 4 points here. So it would need to be up to the 50 before it would actually even start looking like it made sense. But they've at least opened it up and there's some action, so maybe we're going to get somewhere. I don't know whether this is based on any... I didn't even think about the freaking news. What did, somebody throw somebody out the window or something? Oh, yeah, Jesus, let's look at here. What do we got? Okay. Gasoline sellers must cut price immediately. Who is this guy? I mean, okay, good. But I don't think the President of the United States, of America anyway, tells companies what they're going to charge for their products. I mean, I don't think that's part of the plan over here. I don't think. Green lights temporary halt on some phosphate fertilizer tariffs from Morocco. Well, it's about time. You know, how long has that stupid war been going on that he started? There was no problem with fertilizer or the Straits of Hormuz or oil or helium until Netanyahu and he got their heads together and decided to start blowing crap up. You know, we could have been having fertilizer for the farmers now. It's June's over with, for Christ's sake. The fertilizer needs to go down in the spring, not now, unless it's maybe the second crop. Wow. They are just on their back foot is what it looks to me like, completely, you know, and yeah, on their back foot. And they keep putting in people who don't seem to have I don't know what PAX trading is, but okay, cool. They don't seem to have, I mean, like, they keep putting in people who will be obedient to Trump, like Pulte. He's the head of the NSA. He's never been a cop. He's never had anything to do with intelligence. I don't know how they're getting clearances for these people. That amazes the hell out of me. Was in that position once where we used to do that kind of thing and had clearances. I don't know what's going on. You know, it's really crazy. And that's probably the same thing with fertilizer. Somebody just probably thought about, farmers must need fertilizer. I don't know. Sorry, I'm venting. PAX Trading, okay? That name sounds familiar, but I can't. Okay. Yeah, well, Top Step, Hogue and those guys, they trade an orb trade, which is basically 1 minute. The opening range of 1 minute or 5 or 3 or whatever they do on whatever day on oil or gold or something, and they just put one above it and one below it, and whichever one gets hit, they let it rip and see what happens. They're not trading their own money, so what do they care? But yeah, I like your thing a lot, and I will definitely dig into it and definitely try to back test it. And it would be an easy one to code up because it's just based on the high and low of the first X seconds or minutes or whatever. So I can also use the orb thingy in my new toy, my new shiny object trading view. So that'll be really cool. Yeah, I'd heard about that PAX, but I don't think I've ever listened to them. But so what? I'm a kind of Like Mr. Mushroom, I don't know. I don't get out much. Okay, we've spun the corner and we're headed for the top. The tippy toe top. Let's see where we go and what we get. NQ has come off the bottoms. Okay. These were not any singles here, so that wasn't a deal. Unless it was in the RTH. Oh, and by being paid by the boss. Hold on. Ready for a dinner here. My wife's got some steaks going, and yeah. My problem with it, I've had Jigsaw for years. I don't know whether we talked about this before or not, but I mean like years, more than 10. But my problem is I'm dyslexic, and man, a dome just starts looking like, number soup to me all of a sudden. And I find it visually, now maybe I'm not a super successful trader, so I'm not arguing with anybody, but I mean, like looking at levels where price is coming, where it's been, a dome doesn't show me that. And I know there's a lot of people like Grady and those guys that trade off a dome only, but I know a funny story for you that's a true one because I heard it directly from the guy's mouth. I'm sure you know who Tom Sosnoff is. So when he and Scott quit the floor and decided they were going to build a system, and it turned out to be Think or Swim, it was the two of them and then some floor guys, right? That got together for the technology and all that kind of stuff, and they built this system out and they rolled the thing. They started rolling it out, and all of a sudden people started wanting charts. They had never used charts in their lives as traders, and they rolled out this platform not knowing that retail people were going to want charts. So Sosnoff told the story on himself. He got a hold of some guy he knew, colleague or whatever, that had a charting package that he'd been developed, and so they leased it from the guy and integrated it into Think or Swim until they got their own charts built. They had no idea that people needed charts to trade. They put this whole package together and rolled it out, and there was no charts, and everybody's going, "Hey, where's the chart?" Pretty funny. So yeah, I believe 100% that he never looks at charts. I don't think any of them did. I mean, they certainly didn't on the floor, absolutely. But they had an edge. I mean, they had an unfair advantage, and some of them went to jail for it and all that crap, like the Borsellino brothers and all that stuff. They'd see paper coming in, they were front running. So, kind of like our president's doing. Did you hear the latest news? He invested $8 or $9 million in Dell computers a week or two ago in his last disclosure. Guess who got awarded a multi-billion-dollar Pentagon computer contract just today or yesterday? Dell Computers. It's breathtaking. I wish the hell I could get on the inside email or whatever it is, to get the heads up. I mean, what the hell? Why not? I guess. Obviously, they are not ashamed of what they're doing, so, let's us get in there somehow, I guess. Okay, I'm being paged now. I'm going to have to step away for dinner. I'll be back directly. We're going to have this over in 15 minutes. We'll be into the final throes of this thing, of the Asia Orb. Yeah, Sosnoff. I heard Sosnoff being interviewed one time, and he told that story. The guy that I learned market profile from back in the day was a floor trader named JP. He was crazy too. Actually, Pete Davies, the guy that developed Jigsaw, recommended that if I wanted to learn market profile, that he recommended me to JP. And I got in that room that he had. It was like a private, this is way before Zoom or any of that crap. It was some goofy thing like WebEx, but not really, kind of thing. And I had just missed a guy that had been in there and pissed everybody off. And JP asked him to, basically kick them out, was FT71, Murat Askar. It was pretty crazy. And Murat, I actually heard Murat on a WebEx one day with Big Mike, actually told the story on himself that he'd been in when he was when he was finding out about market profile. He had tried to do what he thought was best for a room, but it was actually somebody else's stuff, and he, that wasn't a good thing. He didn't use any names, but I actually heard him refer to it, so I know. And I know people that were in there during that time when I was, just before I joined. Another interesting story. Well, what happened? Oh, back in the range. Okay. I'm still in the middle of the dinner thing, but I wanted to make sure what was going on there. Well, we didn't do the IB, either one of the orbs yet. And so there's no retrace or nothing else. So I'm going to get back to my steak. You're quick, my magic. I guess that's why they call you magic, no? Well, let's see here now. What have we got going on? Except a food coma. I got one of them going on pretty good, pretty substantially. $20 points, okay? So 5 points a whack, all right? I'm so pleased that my little levels are working here. But no breakouts yet. Am I full of crap? Is that the truth? Let me just check. Didn't even notice. Yeah, no breakout yet. Okay, so what are we supposed to get here? The high was put in first. So we have this one, and ooh, let's check what the zone was. The closing zone is 50 to 75. Okay, so we're going to get down here and slap in the closing zone at 50 to 75. Boom, boom, boom. Well, it says there's a 100% probability we're gonna take the IB high first, and that's absolutely meaningless because this was what was firmed over here first. I don't know. All right, that's a little better. So there's a 60% probability we're going to take the low with this ending zone and all else being equal, Tuesday and yada, 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 yada. Well, we got to go back 2 years worth of data in order to get anybody. 50-50 in a year back. Well, that's pretty conclusive. That was the same story today. All right. Well, I was going to say it's falling the wrong way, man. Sorry about that. I can tell you one thing. I'm going to shut this mess off at the bottom of the hour here pretty quick if they don't hurry up. I don't know if something's wrong with me or what, but I eat some relatively heavy food, and it's like somebody just turns off the switch. It's probably old timers disease or something, I guess. I guess, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think we got any Mookie going on here either. So tomorrow's going to be a pretty busy morning for reports. Chicago PMI, JOLTS, consumer confidence. And then Thursday, well, first of all, let's do this. Tuesday, Wednesday, getting ready for non-farm. We got ISM PMI, construction spending, the Cushing, of course. Thursday's non-farm payroll, and then Friday's a holiday. So, there you go. The dud week, basically. All we need this week is rollover. It'd be a full set of junk. Of course, these guys will get up to something. You know, there's going to be something happen with the geopolitical. It can't go on this many days without a big kerfluffle going on, I guess. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, earnings. Oh, Jesus, man. Thanks for reminding me about that crap. Yeah. Yep. Oh, boy. Yeah, there'll be window dressing and undressing and whatever hell they do. Options, crap. Yeah, wow. Good day to go fishing. Good week to go fishing. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, I'm going to start easing into my chores here so I can be ready to wrap this thing up. I'm not seeing obviously anything happening that is going to be up my alley. Right now, we got a 50-50 split. If you're looking at a year back, which way it's going to pop. And after that does happen, well, if it's the breakout, which is to the upside, this is the retro. Well, this is a pretty interesting stat here. I didn't notice before ever. And over here, if it's a breakdown, it's more expected. All right. Well, there you go, dude. You're doing the right approach. It looks to me like you're trading and making money, and you're trading consistently with your plan. So that seems to be like that's where I am falling short, I guess. This only taken vetted trade story is, the correct way, I believe, but it helps if you have a team of quants figuring out the best, the strats and the the probabilities and all that stuff. One old goofball doing it doing it by the seat of his pants is not probably the best approach. So if we take the high, this is what we're looking at. And looks like that's what we're going to do. Doesn't it? Pretty close anyway. They do this every time. They run up and get right next to a trade at the bottom of the hour. And I'm thinking, man, I don't want to get in a trade now and then have this thing wander on till 3 a.m, So I have to give this a lot of thought. When you take off a trade and just leave on your runner, are you doing risk neutral methodology there, where you've got your stop and your T1 at the same, so that pays for the ride on the runner, or multiple contracts? So I suspect you've got multiple on, so you're getting money and getting paid and then leaving a runner, would be my guess. Don't know why exactly, but that would be my guess. I'm going to take the IB high, or the ORB high, it would look like. And I'm still surprised they haven't gone zooming up to the previous RTH high yet. That would seem like maybe they're waiting for the boys and girls in London to come do that. And again, this is the opposite. You know, this is opposite world. The typical statistic is that you take the low out. That you break this. You break the orb or the IB in the direction of the last formed, away from the first form. We haven't broken it yet, but I'd say it's probably imminent here. Like right about now would be my guess. Still nobody over here. Would have been a good front run, I guess. Hasn't got there yet, but I'd say they're going up here. 4 handles to get to that previous RTH high. Seems pretty inevitable, actually. I'd like them to do this and see if I'm going to get a trade off here, and then I can get about my chores here and do all the stuff I've got to do around the house before nightfall, bedtime. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, there we go. There, they got it, didn't they? Come on, girls, what's the deal here? Somebody get out and push. What's going on? Look at that. Can you imagine? What self-respecting trader would allow that to happen? Double top. Ooh, here we go. Now we're going out the bottom. Maybe not. Oh, no, I'm just waiting for this thing to get through. I was just putting on the light. He's in the shower. Okay. Huh. Well, I would have thought they'd have come up and taken that out. I guess the double top worked, huh? And if you look at it on a bar chart, it's a 3-bar reversal. Really? Oh man, I'm sorry. That sucks. Huh. I think this is a pretty fluky market, this Globex stuff. I'm going to start doing the chores I got to do here. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very definitely. Absolutely. Yeah. See profit, take profit, right? Well, I'm pretty surprised about this. They didn't take out the ORB yet. Huh. Got almost down to the 50 here. I'm sure there's some boys and girls that were front running that like it was their job. Well, I'll hang around here for a while. I'm just curious to see what they're going to do with it now. I got my chores done, so you can just chill out. You can chillax. Excuse me. Hi, Panda Dana. Hi, baby. Hey, baby. Panda. Panda. This is the part that always spooked me about this particular session, you know. If there's been no trigger, but if there were and I was in a trade, what the hell would I do? Just close it off? Now, if it were such situation where I was in profit and had a scale or something and a runner as you were in, yeah, great. Move it to break even and let her rip. But I'm certainly not going to sit up here till 4 in the morning managing a trade. I guess that 3-bar reversal worked out pretty good. That isn't quite right. Not sure the exact definition, but I think no, I guess it is right. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind. Well, I'm pretty happy with the way this is working. Now I'll get rid of this over here and then there won't be any issues, but yeah, cool. Very cool. So this little white nub, this little white nub right here is where we're trading currently. So we're just banging around under here, and they haven't gotten into the gap. Whatever that means to whomever. They're losing this old man's interest here pretty freaking quick, I'll tell you that right now. Top of the hour or close to it, I'm going to be. All right, man, my brother, have a good one. Good trading. I hope you've got a positive day. That's for sure. I'm sure you have. That's great. Good for you. I'm envious, and I am happy for you. Still nothing, huh? Wow, they have lost my interest. I could sit here till 4 in the morning, but that's exactly what I'm not going to do. So I'm going to call it right here. Have a great evening. Thanks for coming by. This is Risk Neutral Trading, the Globex edition. Typically, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, I do the pre-market and set up all the software, and then we tear into the open and trade the entire cash session till 1500. Then at 1700, I do this Globex. Now let's just check one other thing here in case I didn't get to it. Tomorrow we have S&P stuff, Chicago PMI, JOLTS, consumer confidence. So it's a substantial news day tomorrow, and these are all at off times, 8 o'clock, 8:45, and 9. Nothing at 7:30, really. Canada GDP. So that'll be your news for tomorrow morning. This is investing.com, obviously, and it is my go-to news source. So, all right, that's going to wrap it up for me today. It's been I've been on the streaming for 13 hours, and I've been at it for more than that. So I think that's enough. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for coming by. Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I am watching on my two primary monitors are captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So there we go. And I'm thinking, this is ridiculous. This could go on until, London opens at 2 or whatever a.m. So I'm certainly not going to stay around and try to milk this out, as I'm not in a trade, nor do I have a trigger. So have a great night, and I will look forward to speaking with you in the morning at 8 o'clock.